Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. I am back. It is cake day. And now my dog is deciding to growl. Bailey, stop it. Stop it. Got the tiniest little dog, and she thinks that she has to growl at everything. Some days. But hello. So, here we are. We're back. We are playing in the realm today, and we're going to do some more work on level 4. Over the last week, I kind of haven't done a whole lot out here. I've been mainly playing Vault Hunters over the past couple days. One second. Okay, sorry about that. Had to tell Bailey off for growling at literally nothing. Anyway, been playing some Vault Hunters, so kind of put this on the back burner for a little bit. Just kind of wanted to do something a little bit different, play a game for the sake of, playing and doing combat and whatnot. And I just figured that would be a little bit more fun than building. Good to just break some stuff up from time to time. So I think it was a good, much needed break, and I can get back to building and hopefully have a little bit of a fresh, fresh mindset. I did do a silent stream on Saturday where we worked on some of this area up here. Trying to do some silent streams on the weekends where I basically just kind of play without a whole lot of talking. I'll probably do a little more talking in the next ones. I didn't do it in this last one, but basically just kind of a building thing, because I do kind of struggle with knowing what to say during the middle of some streams. So for the most part, just wanted to get some building done, but also be able to chronicle some of the process that I was going through. So today, probably just going to end up building a bunch more walls. Probably going to work a little bit in these first areas here. Still doing a lot of this stuff here in creative, mainly because it's just such large areas that it's just a lot. It's a lot to try to do in survival. So I think one of the things that I just want to do is just make sure that I can get some of these large scale areas just done. I was kind of looking at it, and I think over here I just need to pull out. I was going to do 3 pillars, but I think I'm going to pull out the 3 and just make it into 2, because it just kind of makes more sense for these to just be 2. Maddie Jacob, hello, welcome in. Happy to have you here. So yeah, I think I'll just kind of pop in 2 pillars here instead of doing 3. So Maddie, currently working on a game that I've been doing. It's pretty heavily inspired by Vault Hunters and Decked Out. So Vault Hunters by Escal and Decked Out by Tango Tech. And that's going to be Decked Out 1 and 2. Basically just making a game within the Minecraft world. I've got 3 levels done, and this is my 4th one. And these are for all of my friends on the realm that we play in. Basically just kind of a little bit of an adventure kind of thing. Hunt and find self-proclaimed relics, turn them in for an artifact, and then get a key to the next level. I've got level 1, level 2, level 3, which is all of that over there. And then this here is level 4. Basically just kind of a, hunt and find kind of thing. And I'm like building some lore behind it, but for the most part, nothing too crazy. Honestly, it's okay that you don't know how to make the game in Minecraft. I've been kind of pondering this game for a long time, and in all reality, it takes quite a lot of time. I think these 2 levels right here probably took me 6 months, and then I think level 3 over there took 9 months, but I took a lot of ideas from other things. Like the whole searching to find relics, that was kind of a bit of Vault Hunters and artifacts as well. And then the adventure part of it came from Tango's Decked Out, but for the most part, it just took a lot of planning. I've got a lot of pages of stuff. I just wanted to like build something that was like, a game within a game. So like a lot of Hermitcraft stuff really inspired what I'm doing today. So in all reality, this is not me being some sort of genius, that's for sure. I'm just taking a bunch of ideas and just turning it into what I can. But yeah, so this is all level 4 here. This was kind of meant to be an above ground thing, but definitely ended up being below ground. If you've ever played Xenoblade Chronicles on the Wii, it has a level in there called Satoral Marsh, which is like basically just a marshland area, a bunch of trees, and it's just got a very good atmosphere that's pretty colorful. It's kind of what this is going to end up being based on. So yeah, 1 to 2 years. Yeah, it basically, I think I forget exactly when I started, but it was, I think, a year and a half ago at this point is when I started actually saying, you know what, I'm going to build this game. It believe it or not, started with this mountain that's right here. I'll pop around. We're in a completely separate world now from when I started building this mountain, and we used Amulet to like port it over to a new one. But this mountain here was a custom build, pretty much from roughly about there down, and then this segment here over to right about here and up was all custom stuff. And then I just copied and pasted it from one world to the other. But that was about a year and a half ago. And so I'm working on level 4, and there's going to technically be 12 levels in total. Nene, thank you for the birthday wishes. And Maddie, no, not quite new at Minecraft. I think I've been playing since about 2017. I did actually kind of start in creative. I think I was playing on a Wii U edition back then. And then my wife got me into playing in survival. So we started playing survival together, which was quite a bit of fun. And then from there, had a couple friends who were like, hey, we should do a world together. And we ended up like creating a realm. And since then we've gone through, this is our 3rd world now in terms of realms. Bread, hello, welcome in. Happy to have you here, man. Yeah, so let's get to building some of this. A lot of what I'm building is pretty much going to be sloppy to begin with. It's never the best looking stuff. But that's okay. For me, like knowing how much there is here, and I want to enclose this area here is going to be enclosed with that line there, and then the rest of the dungeon's going to go up here to this segment up top, which is another copy pasted thing. No, not a professional player, not at all. So even though this is going to be pretty sloppy, it doesn't matter. I just want to get it enclosed, and then I can go back in and detail it later. And Maddie, honestly, I'm definitely just your pedestrian player. I may have been playing for a long time, but you might really find that my skills don't really look like it. Like, my building ability is just not that great. I just have ideas for like what I want to build. And yes, today is my birthday. Nene kind of gave it away. But yes, today is the birthday, hence the cake day stream. I just figure I got the day off, kiddos at daycare. I might as well hang out and stream for a little bit. Thank you, Bread, and yeah, thank you, Nene. Appreciate that. You're supposed to be lurking, yet here you are, outing me for my birthday. I appreciate it. Thank you, Maddie. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing's for sure. I definitely need breaks from doing these walls, that's for sure. There's a reason why I was playing Vault Hunters this last week, because these walls take a lot. It's just a lot of the same stuff. And Nene, I agree. Streaming over work. Glad to have the day off today, that's for sure. And Maddie is definitely not the first stream I've done. I've streamed a bit. But yeah. Honestly, I'm just kind of sitting at home today, like with the kiddo having started daycare. I kind of don't know what to do with myself. I'm kind of used to always having something to do, so I'd probably just be sitting around watching Attack on Titan today if I didn't stream. So I figured I'd use some creative juices today instead of just kind of doing nothing. Though I'm not gonna lie, I'm in like season 4 of Attack on Titan, and I know things are about to get real, and I don't know if I'm really ready to watch that again. Oh my gosh, you have 5 episodes left, Nene. Oh gosh, I wish I could remember which episode number I was on, because I know you haven't seen it before, even though I have. I'm trying to think. And Maddie, I am 35 years old today. I'm definitely feeling the age, that's for sure. So Nene, tell me roughly, what was the last thing that you saw? Because I'm really curious. You and I are relatively close together on episode count. Okay, this is definitely a little flat, but that's fine. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Gotcha. Okay. So you're definitely just a smidge further than I am. The Beast Titan just got shot in the nape, and Aaron's trying to make his way to it. So, just a little bit behind you. Yeah, and no worries, Maddie. Honestly, I'm definitely an old one. It's kind of weird because, like, I feel my age sometimes, and then there are other times that I don't. Like, I still like to play Minecraft. I still like to play sports and act like I'm 18 years old, but a 35-year-old dad to the most rambunctious little toddler. Nene, it gets wild and epic to end, but you should just do it. Like, I think Mappa is the team that did this series, or like the final season. They did not disappoint, and they understood the assignment. So keep going, keep pressing on. You're not going to be disappointed. It's going to hurt and it's going to suck to end, but don't skip it. Just do it. Do it. Well, actually, and here's one of the things. Like the final 2 episodes are like 2.5 hours long in total, so make sure you've got plenty of time. You could probably do it on Sunday. Nothing ever happens at work on Sunday. And I guess that's good. I sound like I'm 20. I actually personally really hate my voice, especially like hearing it in this capacity. So I guess that's good that I sound like I'm 20. But yes, I'm sure Sunday will be it. Maybe we could do a watch party. Maybe I'll catch up to you by then. I'm sure some of what I do today will be spent in front of the TV. So who knows? Maybe I'll catch up to you. Maddie, I don't know. I wouldn't say necessarily new. I think I've been streaming since March. Yeah, been streaming since March. So I'm kind of a newer streamer, I guess. So technically I've been streaming since March. I think I've done total of 10 or 11 total streams. I did have to take a hiatus for a little bit. One of the difficulties that I have is my schedule. I work Saturday through Wednesday, and then I also have a young toddler at home, and so on my days off I was typically hanging out with him instead of being able to do a whole lot. But we've got him sleep trained now, and he started daycare a couple weeks ago, so it's been a hot minute since I've actually been back on Twitch. So I definitely had to take a bit of a break just because I just couldn't keep up doing actual streams. So not technically new, but in terms of like number of streams I've done, definitely new. And if you wanted to, I have a YouTube channel as well where I basically just kind of post my stream replays, and I think it goes back to March. I think like March 14th or 15th was one of my first streams, but I was also using an older computer, and so when I would fly I would get like 1 FPS, so I highly recommend not watching any of those older ones because it was real bad, that's for sure. I'm not sure I understand the question. Doing job or business? Like, meaning work wise, or like streaming, or what? Okay, so work. Still not 100% sure I follow. I don't know. Maybe restate the question for me. I can be a little slow. Call it streamer brain. Okay. 25 and recently got a job. So stream wise, this isn't like a job or anything for me. This is just what I do for fun. If it turns into anything, cool. But I am basically just streaming for fun. Yeah. But I do have a full-time job outside of this Saturday through Wednesday thing. I'm in the hospitality industry, so we're open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So yeah, Thursdays and Fridays are my days off, and then I just choose to stream with some of my time. I don't know. Hopefully that answers the question. What, having an odd schedule like that is bad? If that's what you mean, I can agree with you. It's better than my Thursday through Monday schedule, where I had Tuesdays and Wednesdays off. I work 10 to 7 on my weekdays, and then weekends I was working 12:30 to 9. So I kind of think that one was a little bit worse. But when you have a family, daycare costs are high and whatnot. You kind of take whatever schedule you can get that's going to work. So as much as I didn't like that old schedule, I made the best of it because it allows me 2 days to spend with my son while my wife is working. And from there, like, we had a babysitter for 2 days, and so like now, like, I still get a full day with my son, like just him and I to hang out, which I actually really enjoy. Not every dad gets that opportunity. And then, my wife is working 4 days a week, so it's just kind of what it is. So you get a job of your hobby. That's always good. Like, you got to enjoy what you do. It's never fun to dread going into work every day and feel the stress of work. Isn't that right, Nene? Like me. Yeah. I actually kind of enjoy what I do. I'm one of those rare people, like, even though I don't like the place where I work necessarily, I enjoy what I do, even though it's kind of like glorified babysitting in a way. I like what I do because to me it's like it's just going to advance me in my career. And then at the same time, like, friends have asked me in the past, like, what do I like to do, or like what's my passion or whatever, and I'm like, I like to help people. And I never really could like describe what that meant, but I've tried to find ways in whatever I'm doing to help people. So like, I've worked in the financial industry before, where I've done subprime lending, I've done collections and whatnot. And so in that subprime lending realm, I was able to find ways to help people get out of the debt that I was giving them. And I was like, hey, look, here's this loan, but you're not stuck in this. Here's how you can pay this off quickly. Here's how you can get out of debt. Here's how you can get over to the credit union and, get a 12% loan instead of a 36% loan. And so for me, it was kind of like finding ways to actually have joy in what I was doing. And so even though I'm doing glorified babysitting, it's like I'm helping people do their jobs better. I'm helping like make their days better in some ways. And there are times where that doesn't always happen. And, I've got people who are just being dense, kind of like me. But yeah, even though it's not the best place to be, I very much enjoy what I do because, people like Nene, she's one of my chicken nuggets. My dinosaur chicken nuggets. She makes it better, that's for sure. And I know you used to, Nene. But hopefully we can make it better. That's always the goal, right? You know, I'm not gonna lie. Roughly about 29 minutes or 28 minutes worth of music that I've been able to make for my streams before it starts repeating. It's not half bad. Still got plenty more to go. As you are now currently listening to the intro song that I made. But yeah, Maddie, just find things that you want to do. Find things that you actually enjoy, because work sucks. Nobody likes to do it. But we have to in order to pay for rent, you know, in order to buy whatever you want and or need. So just try to make it fun no matter where you go. Let's see, what motivated me to be a streamer? Honestly, I think it was a little bit of some of my friends saying, hey, like, you should do this. It'd be a lot of fun to do. And I was kind of not really feeling it. But eventually I was like, you know what? Fine, let's give it a try. I did watch a lot of streams. Iscal85 is one of my favorite people to watch. He's the guy who made Vault Hunters, and I very much enjoyed watching his streams. Like, it was, in all reality, if you think about it, it's just playing video games online with people and people just watching you play a game. I very much enjoy that. I loved watching him and his process behind things. And so in a way, like, knowing that I was building this game and I had friends who would likely want to watch, I just decided to start streaming, you know, and I started with my garbage computer, which is I think it's a full 7, if not 7.5 years old at this point. And I decided to just use that, even though the thing is terrible. And just kind of decided to start. And I've got a friend who really likes to push me to do things that I like to do. She may appear for the stream, she may not, but that would be Professor K if you see her. And she was like, you should definitely stream. We'll get you, you know, an awesome community and everything. And I was like, all right, cool. Well, I'll stream. I might get that community, I may not. And that's fine with me. So it's just kind of sharing what I do and what I play with whoever wants to watch. But you're right. I definitely do have some good people around me motivating me to stream and to be a better version of myself, that's for sure. This is going to be a fun spot right here, knowing that these two bits are going to connect. Oops, missed. Man, it gets really challenging when it gets dark back here. Hey, Maddie, honestly, I'm alright. I'm not looking for any kind of like fanciness with the channel. It's just kind of there. Because this is just kind of a hobby for me, so I appreciate that, but I'm alright. Okay. You know, one of the things I definitely need to make sure I do today is go get some free coffee, but I do have a hard time wanting to do or get free things. Like, I can go to Dutch Bros and I can get me some free coffee today, but I have a hard time being like, yeah, I'm here for free coffee, even though it's an offering that they do. I don't know why I gotta be so weird like that. Okay, so this is gonna be where it's gonna be real interesting. Yeah, and you think I wouldn't be like unfamiliar with the whole Dutch Bros thing, given that they started in Oregon. Yeah, no, Maddie, I definitely agree. Don't want to spend any actual money on it. Like, I got my PC and that's about it. But yeah, Nene, seriously, it's hard. Like, it's hard to actually like either take care of ourselves or, you know, ask for anything. You and I need to stop being two peas in a pod, okay? Like, it's ridiculous how similar you and I are, okay? So we need to stop that. I don't want to leave that in there. Yeah, we're just a couple of trauma survivors, that's all. And that's why we're friends. That's why we chicken nuggets together. So, Nene, do you want to know something hilarious? I got you guys chicken nuggies, but I didn't get myself one. Of the ones that I got for you guys, there was 3 of them. And then, like, it's a completely different brand that does any different ones. And I was like, I don't want to have the same one as what they've got. So, I don't actually have a chicken nuggie for myself. I'll just have to keep eating them, I guess. But I got myself a micro SD card. That counts, right? Right. On the main chicken nuggie. Ain't that the truth? Wait, no. Yes, it does. It does count, Nene. Does it help that it's for my Switch? Because I've got too many games on it and it doesn't have enough space to hold them all? Or, nah. Whatever. That's actually turning out pretty cool. I like it. Now the real interesting part will be taking this and closing this area here. I don't necessarily know how to do that. So maybe, Nene, does it help that I have Sam? He's not quite a pillow, but he's a snuggle bug. Gosh, this is going to be an interesting thing to do here. Fine. Fine. It's fine. So, Nene, if you can hear this track, this is a track that I used the AI program on to make. Like, I enjoy it, but at the same time, I'm not gonna lie, the snare kind of drives me insane. There was actually, I think it's this one or it was another one where, yeah, the whole thing I was doing where I was making tracks for streams. But there was another one where there was a hi-hat in there, you know, so the ch sound, and it was constant. And I was like listening to it and I was like, you know, mixing it and stuff. And I was like, this is good, this is good. And then like I went to download it or something like that, and then I started listening to it and I was like, wait, where'd that stupid hi-hat come from? And it just drove me insane. I was like, I can't listen to it because it was like constant. It was at least like one for every second. And I was like, yeah, no. And so like I went through and I had to like figure out how to delete that. But yeah, so basically this track that you were hearing is one of the tracks. So Band Labs has an AI generator, so basically it does like a song starter and it'll give you 30 to 60 seconds worth of a song. And I take it from there and I basically made it into like, some of these are 3.5, some of them are 7 minutes long. But for the most part, I just kind of made music with them. But honestly, the only real thing I did was extend it and then like subtract an instrument here and then highlight one there and stuff like that. So nothing super fancy. It's definitely just me going, oh, this kind of sounds good, and left it at that. Okay. Yes, apostrophe, thanks so much for the happy cake day. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Happy to have you. But yeah, honestly, Nene, all that to say, even this song almost drove me insane. Because I'm just like, how much do I actually like a snare drum? And how much do I actually want to hear this thing? Phantom, what's up, my dude? Yep, today is my birthday. I'm 35 years old. I'm an old man, still playing Minecraft, streaming it to like 4 people. Oh my gosh. Yes, apostrophe. When did you last come in and see? Because there has been quite a bit of stuff that's been done between this world and some of the other ones that I've been on. So, hopefully it's not too much of a shock, that's for sure. Yeah, that's not terrible. I like how sometimes when I'm like building something, I say, that's not terrible. Because I wasn't expecting it to be good. Dang, Phantom, I didn't realize you were 30. I thought you were like 25. But the more you know, huh? But I will say, I mean, there for a while I was definitely getting I thought you were like, you know, mid-20s as well. So I don't get that as much now. I think my skin finally is looking like I'm actually older than my 20s. So people kind of stopped saying that. And I think that's for the better. I don't need people thinking I'm in my 20s. All right, yes, apostrophe. I'm gonna need you to explain your name. You're gonna have to explain what made you pick that name. Okay? You've added yourself to me. I know who you are now. Oh my gosh. But yes. Yes, apostrophe. I don't even know what I'm supposed to call you. Apostrophe? Yes? I mean, I can call you Homie G or something. I don't know. But get explaining. Whatever I want. Yeah, well, I want an explanation. But yes, so since you last saw the world, or at least since, I don't know, like if you watched one of my older streams, this is a brand new world at this point. It's a whole new world. Okay, don't cancel me. But yeah, so brand new worlds for the most part. Dropped all the stuff in from our season 2, and then this is level 4 here. So not a whole lot has actually changed around this thing because it's so big that it's hard to make it look like anything changed. And man, I tell you what, trying to set down your coffee cup without clipping your microphone, that's definitely an interesting thing. Very difficult to do. Let's pop that there. No worries. Take your time. Man, some of this navigating does take quite a bit. So I will say one thing's for sure. It's kind of sad. This last week I was playing Vault Hunters, and I've played Vault Hunters before, and I played it on my old computer, and I didn't really have any issues whatsoever. The occasional crash, I mean, that's an open alpha game for you. You know, you're going to crash mainly based upon your own hardware. And it was really sad because the computer I have right now is a much better computer than my old one. Much better. And there were times where just playing, like, I would go to a different area in the world, or I'd enter a vault, or I'd walk into a new room within a vault, and my CPU usage would spike and jump all the way up to 100%. And it drove me insane because I think I had probably 12 to 15 crashes, like just yesterday alone. I was just trying to play and I would walk in somewhere and then it was just like, all right, we're going to crash now. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, I allocated enough memory, but I cannot figure out how to get my CPU usage to be more appropriate. So that was definitely a sad and frustrating thing to try to deal with. Okay, so that's looking good. Well, I mean, it looks terrible, but good enough. Excuse me. Let's see. Okay. Hard part is trying to figure out like where I want to make a center point in here and how high up do I want that to go. I could probably just kind of call it good here. Oops. Yeah, let's definitely kind of round this out a little bit. If anybody gets motion sick, I'm very sorry for spinning around so many times. Nalani, hello. Good to see ya. Hopefully you and the littles are doing all right. Hopefully recovering well and enjoying the time. And sorry you're back to work, but happy to have you here. And I'll definitely, well, I might see you online tonight. I'm not sure what I'm doing. But definitely good to see you nonetheless. Oh, and I do still have a shulker box that says happy birthday from the two of you. Just thought I'd share that. Let's see. No, that looks terrible. Terrible. That's a bit better. Okay, I'm gonna hear a beep. No? Alright, cool. So, kind of rounding that out a little bit. Bring this over. Oops. Okay. So it's kind of funny. I've got a nice squeaky mouse depending on where I'm clicking. If I'm clicking closer towards my hand, it goes squeakity squeaky instead of clickety clickety. So I have to like vary that because I'm like, man, it can be kind of annoying to hear, but I don't know if anybody actually cares. I mean, I guess I could be like you, Nene, and grab me a clickety-clackety keyboard. I think if anything, if I'm going to get a keyboard that's custom, I'm going to get one with ducks. Like the little yellow rubber ducky kind of one. I think that's what I'll have to go with. And then I probably wouldn't be able to stream all that well because I'd just be sitting there going, rubber ducky, number one. Rubber ducky, lots of fun. Or something. If I sing, definitely gonna get canceled. All right. That's not half bad. Hi, Ellie. My sweetness. You coming to say hi? The in-laws' dog is coming to say hello. Whenever it's just her and I around here, she will literally follow me everywhere I go. She's definitely the dog that was built for feed and not for speed. My dog, Bailey's built for speed. The in-laws' dog, definitely built for feed. And the older I get, the more I feel that. Yep. Okay, I think I'm done with my mouse pad. Ooh, so with the conclusion of Hermitcraft Season 9, sorry, I'm not used to not being on the mouse pad right now. With the conclusion of Hermitcraft Season 9, I've got a desk mat or desk pad or whatever coming here soon. Still shows that it hasn't shipped, so I think they're getting there to the production time. Like, they were not going to be shipping them out until this time of year or after the first of the year anyway. But I cannot wait because it is a decked out desk mat. And given how much inspiration that I've taken from decked out in making my game, I am very excited for it to show up. Also, Nalani, I'm not sure if you're still here or not, but I am going to be downloading Hermitcraft Season 9's map, and I am likely going to grab Decked Out and pull it into either this world or into the creative test world realm that we've got. And it's going to be there for people to play or at least explore. The redstone will undoubtedly not work because it just doesn't work. It's not the same, and Tango's complexity just goes beyond anything that we can use. So be on the lookout for that, because I really want to play around with it. Because I have Java Edition as well, I can play it how it's intended, but I also want people to be able to at least be able to see it. So be on the lookout for that. Okay, now we can see a smidge better. That's good. Okay. I'm wondering, I could bring this around. Yeah, about 28, 29 minutes worth of time. I'm content with that. I like that the music tracks can at least get us that far. Because that was a lot of work to even make that. Oops, let's come up a little bit. Yeah, that'll be perfect. Perfectly imperfect, if I do say so myself. Okay, and that's gonna allow for a good rise in the ceiling there. I am definitely no cave expert, so this is pushing my ability to build, well, anything. Wrong direction. Let's see how best to link these. Okay. That is looking pretty decent. Gosh, and this is literally just like 5% of the ceiling. It's amazing how much really goes into building something when you decide to enclose it. It's maybe not my best idea to enclose this entire level. But that's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. Oops. Don't need that bed anymore. Oh, Mama Fries. Thank you so much for the happy birthday wish. And to respond to your text, I love you too. I love you too, Beebs. We're having us a good old stream here today. Just a bunch of party animals. Okay. Definitely getting there. Almost one. What? I'm sorry, but that emoji cracks me up. Like, it's just such a weird face for that person to even be making. Yeah, that's a good one. I think what I'll do is at some point, if I ever get to the point of having like subscribers and stuff like that, I definitely want to use some of the Sam emojis, because I think that would just be absolutely hilarious as like some of the custom emotes that we get to have if you subscribe or something like that. I think that would be hilarious. Kid'll be famous on Twitch before he even knows what's up. Small fry emojis. Yes. Or yas. I mean, he's already a big hit at work, so. How's work going today, Mama Fries? And to answer that question, it's going pretty well over here. Just kind of chilling. I watched Pearlescent Moon's How I Beat Decked Out. That was rather incredible. And started streaming. So, it's been a pretty good day. Good. I'm glad it's nice and chill today. Hopefully you having gone in yesterday makes today a better day. So hopefully you guys can chill. And who knows, if you gotta go in tomorrow, then so be it, yeah? And no, I have not actually gone and gotten my Dutch Bros. No work tomorrow. Yes. Okay. So I guess we got to figure out what we're doing tomorrow then. And yes, apostrophe. About time. I've been waiting anxiously for this story. There's always a story behind a name. Always a story. But yes, we should figure out what we're gonna do tomorrow, that's for sure. All right. So here's the story. I have an apostrophe in my real name, okay? People, for some reason, don't like including it. So when I'm booking something and spell my name, they always say, and no apostrophe. I just look at them like they're crazy and say, yes, apostrophe. Okay. Fine. That's actually pretty funny. I could see that being a real challenge. It's kind of interesting, like when you've got a name that for some reason the general public is just like struggle bussing with, that we just have to make up ways or certain things in order to get by. Because, like, with me, I don't like using my actual name. Like, I go to eat somewhere, and they're like, can I get a name for the order? Yeah, it's going to be Eli. Gonna be Eli, okay? Because if I hear the word no or jumbo, you better believe I'm turning around. And I'm like, huh? Somebody saying my name? So, hence the Eli. But yeah, I get that. That would be rather annoying. Okay. Do. Hopefully you guys are loving the jams, by the way. Apparently my bed's too far away. Ain't that the truth? Oops. Come on. Doop, doop, doop. What's your name, John? Oh, no, Jay then. No one would do that. Why would they do that with an apostrophe? I don't know. People's brains, man. They don't like to function. Good. I'm glad you like the jams. I almost feel like I should make a Monica quote right there. Making jam. Oh man. Never thought it would be so difficult to just put a roof on someplace. Hey guys, you want to see something funny? You ready for this? The roof is on fire. And yes, I know it's a personal choice. Oh, hi, Nene. Welcome back. Yes, that was a dad joke. The roof is on fire. Yeah. And yes, I know roofing this place. Should probably never use that term again. But putting a roof on this place is definitely a personal choice. Pika what? I gotta see if I can make the Pika what emoji for this as like a custom emote. I'm very curious if I could do that because that's 100% needed. Oh gosh, you got a broken. Yeah, it could be trademarked. Just like the facepalm I'm doing for yes apostrophe's joke. Oh gosh, that one was painful, man. Well, yes apostrophe, if you haven't been watching a whole lot of Miss Rachel, I've got one here for you that's likely going to make you cringe. Okay? Are you ready for this? Can't wait. There we go. All right. Why does everybody love Frosty the Snowman? 'Cause he's so cool. sad womp womp noises are very necessary right about now. Yeah. Well, that one wasn't necessarily Miss Rachel's joke herself. That was Herbie's joke, aka that was her husband. Also, you may find Miss Rachel to be the only way you manage to get things done in life, that's for sure. Like, first thing in the morning, you want to go to the bathroom? And yes, I know my roof is still on fire. Here, I'll fix it. Now it's really on fire. But yeah, so you want to go to the bathroom in the morning? You want to make breakfast, make coffee? You better believe Miss Rachel's coming in clutch. Clingy toddlers, man. Clingy toddlers. You know, if I didn't have this section up above, I would totally make this open air, but I can't. But yes, Miss Rachel is absolutely life for us. Like, seriously, Sam was starting to go down the struggle bus this morning, and I just kind of had to turn Miss Rachel on. I was just like, all right, buddy. Time to get you dressed. And he just laid there staring at the screen, content. And I was like, thank you for not screaming because I had to get you dressed. But he didn't poop for me. So it was fantastic. Daycare's got to deal with that one. Yeah, zombie mode is absolutely how Sam gets, that's for sure. Like, there are times, like, if you do it, like, first thing in the morning, he's just absolutely zoned out. And it's hilarious. Also, little apostrophe. Love that. Let's see. Yay! Like 5% of the roof is done. There you go. Now you can see what the roof looks like. Hey, looks like Looks like a ceiling from here. I kind of want to put dripstone up there, but at the same time, I really, really do not want dripstone falling on people while they're playing this. Could you just imagine somebody walking around and then just splat? They did. And thank you, Nalani. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, it would be absolute death. Yeah. That's good. Cathedral vibes. I'm about it. I'm about it. In a way, like, it's kind of what some of this will be. I am really excited for how this one's going to turn out, because so far it's been meeting the expectations that I've been wanting to do. You know, I still have a lot of the texturizing, but I think the direction that the level is headed overall is absolutely meeting those expectations for like what I want this to look like. So I'm quite happy with how this is looking so far. Right. I want to get this portion of the ceiling or the roof done, because I want to be able to move on to something else, but I want to finish this little bit first. Okay. Alrighty, Mama Fries. Enjoy the time at work. Hopefully the day stays chill for you. And thanks for stopping in, and I always appreciate the work or the lurk. And I love you too. I will see you, gosh, in only a matter of a few hours. Oops. Okay, down in the levels, one thing. Up here, that is another. Alright, llamas. Ooh, I think his llamas dropped to their deaths. That they did. Sucks to be his llamas. keep seeing the fire over there, and I'm like, something's on fire. I don't know what it is or why. And I keep remembering that I set those fires. Yeah, I don't know how I could forget that dad joke. I don't know how. I mean, it was just so corny. You know, sometimes I'm left wondering, like, this is an area way the heck up in the level, but do I create ledges? Do I allow for that? And I think the answer is yes. But at the same time, whenever I create a ledge like this, I'm like, how do I get a player up here? How do I get somebody to come and explore and get up here? And then I kind of realize, don't. Just don't. Just let it be. Especially after watching Pearlescent Moon's video on how she beat Decked Out. Oh my goodness. Like, some of the things that you would think should just be either off limits to the player or whatever, and just seeing like the level of detail that Tango went in for people to find secrets was just mind-boggling. And I thought it was really cool. But I'm like, you know what? I'm not that good. I can't make that kind of level of detail and secrets and stuff. Like, heck, it was hard enough making just a level that showed people where to go. I was going to put some secrets over there, but in the end, I was like, this is still a lot of work, and I'm not really going to be able to do that. So I'm going to refrain from making certain things be over here for a player to get to. Okay, not gonna lie, from here looking over there and seeing that little segment over there, I totally thought there was an Enderman standing there. And I was like, okay. But it looked like he was bending over and like trying to pick something up, and I was like, something doesn't quite seem right here. She came outside. Yes, those Endermen really are odd fellows. Have you heard some of the, like, I think it's fan theories about Endermen? About how they were, like, supposedly the creators of the world, and then somehow ended up in the end and went crazy? Yeah, it's definitely not too far out there. Yeah, I like it too. I mean, it makes sense, like, why they would pick up blocks and stuff and, like, put them down different places. I mean, places that don't make sense to us now, but, you know, if you've gone crazy, nothing really makes sense. But yeah, it's kind of cool if you think about it. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Man, trying to make this one somewhat like a ravine is actually kind of backfiring here, but that's fine. Okay, kind of starting to get there. Okay, no more roof is on fire. That's so distracting to me. Okay, let's close this up. Probably wasn't a good idea to come out of flying mode there, but oh well. What are you doing, Ellie? almost. Almost got this ravine segment of the roof done. Wee splat. There we go. Excuse me. That's alright. Just the one random hole in my level. No big deal. Secret tunnel. Actually, you know, the funny thing is that there is still a secret tunnel area, or like a secret area that I have yet to show in a stream. Mainly, I don't want to show it yet. Like, it won't be terribly secret, you know, eventually people will find it. It's meant to be found. But at the same time, I don't want to give it away just yet. Because I do enjoy the secrets. I do love making people find stuff like that. I feel like it just kind of makes the game much more fun when there's stuff that you don't know about, but you're like, okay, but it's there. I'll find it, I promise. Ready Player One vibes. Okay, so not gonna lie, I have not seen Ready Player One. I have not actually seen it. Okay, fine. I think I know what I'm... Oh, she read the book. Oh man, I really need to watch it at least. Maybe read the book, I don't know. Okay guys, give me a second. I'm gonna be right back. Ellie, the in-laws dog, is chilling over here on the hardwood floor, and I want to grab her a pillow. So, give me one sec. Okay, I'm back. Perfect. And now she's laying on it. Just as intended. Okay. But yeah, I think I'll have to go snag that book. Granted, for my birthday, the wife did get me the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings trilogy set of books. So I've got some light reading to do here soon. Can't wait to go through Tom Bombadil again. But yeah, I'll have to grab that and give it a read. Just a couple pages, yeah. I have read the Lord of the Rings, and I was very glad that I did. The Tom Bombadil's stuff was just like, why? Why is this in here? Well, that's no big deal. Oh my gosh, come on. Yeah, there we go. Okay, well, and I do have to continue this over here, don't I? Oops. Okay. You know, for this kind of just being like the get it in place thing, I'm spending a bit more time here than I anticipated that I would. You know what? This right here would be a good spot for this. Okay. And it's night time. Time to go to sleeps. Let's bring this over here. All right. Wondering if I want to make this a geode of sorts. It's a bit big to make it into a geode, so I don't think that's going to be the best idea. Okay, I think I'm going to have to be done with some ceiling building here because some of this is dull work. So, yes, apostrophe. How has little apostrophe been doing? Have they been sleeping any better? I'm really hoping for your guys' sake. No. Yeah, you guys are going. Rejects all sleep. You guys are honestly going through a lot of changes, so it really makes sense that she's not sleeping. I feel horrible for you guys, and I definitely know your pain, that's for sure. I really can't wait for you guys to get into your new place. Yeah, between houses, living in boxes, and family. 3 weeks. That is very close, and at the same time, it's not close enough. I tell you, like, as soon as she gets accustomed to the new place, absolutely jump right on sleep training. It was an absolute game changer for us. Yeah, in the meantime, earplugs. You'll need that during sleep training too. But seriously, I tell you what, it was the hardest 8 days ever. Now, trust me, look forward to it. Like, that's okay. Because, like, you're getting somewhere with that, not just, another night of no sleep. But, like, it was the hardest 8 days for us. Because, Sam he struggled. He was so used to, for 18 months or 19 months almost. He was so used to going to sleep in my arms with a bottle. And he got to a point where, and we knew it was definitely time to start sleep training him, when he would finish the bottle but would not be asleep. And then I would just sit there and hold him until he fell asleep. And to me, I was like, okay, that's kind of a little bit of sleep training. He's going to fall asleep without a bottle in his mouth. And that was good. But, like, I knew it was time. And so when we finally just started saying, okay, good night, and sticking him in his room, it was difficult. Like, that was so hard because he didn't want that. He's like, no, I don't like change. Like, this isn't how we go to sleep. Get over here and love me and hold me until I fall asleep. You're not allowed to leave me like this. And I couldn't blame him. I was like, yeah, this is kind of a sudden cold turkey thing. Like, we weren't giving him bottles before he went to sleep anymore. And for him, if he could, he would have broken the doors down and been like, where is my bottle? Give me that. And so, like, it was hard. And we started out, like, kind of haphazardly trying it. We're like, okay, we're going to sleep train. And then, like, we did this whole, the whole longer and longer thing. And I think we started out 3 minutes. I think it was like 3, 5, and 10. So 3 minutes until we'd go in and check on him, be like, yes, we're still here. And we started picking him up. Like, we would pick him up. We'd, kind of toss him over the shoulder where he'd lay his head on your shoulder and stuff. And we're like, okay, we're here. We'd wait until he's soothed and he was calmed down. And then we would go to lay him back in his crib. And I was like laying him back down. That's what we would do every time. And it was funny because he would just start like whimpering and crying because he knew he was getting put back down and he didn't want to be. And, then the next time we'd wait 5 minutes and we'd do the same. We'd pick him back up and we'd be like, okay. And, that was good. I think that one had a place. Like, that was, hey, we do still love you. We're here. We care for you. Like, we didn't abandon you. Yeah. Any motion towards the crib is meltdown. Yeah, that's perfect. I like that. So it was like, and so it was 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. We did that for 2 days. And basically every subsequent entrance to the room was in 10 minutes. So 3 minutes first time, 5 minutes second time, 10 minutes third time, and all other times for the next 2 to 3 hours. And those first couple days, like those days especially, he would fall asleep like at the end of 2 to 3-ish hours in my arms, head on my shoulder. And then I got really, really good, over the time of, having him go to sleep in my arms and stuff, of laying him down. It got to the point where, like, if somebody couldn't get him to go to sleep, like for his nap or whatever, I would go in and I'd lay him down because he would just go down easy for me. And so I would just then lay him down and he was out. He had, cried so much he was just utterly exhausted and down he went. So that was the first 2 days. And then Mama Frez was like, okay, like when she would go in, she would just walk in. She'd be like, hi, Sam, I'm here. We love you. Like, we didn't forget about you. She'd kiss him on the head. She'd offer him water, stuffed animals, which he would chuck out of the crib like instantaneously. Like, you can put in 10 stuffed animals and they were gone within 3 minutes. And he just, it was hard. Like, he hated that. He hated that even more. He screamed so hard over stuff like that. And then, so day 3, which was like, I guess the official day 1, was lay him down in his crib. And then, at this point, like we were on the longer and longer piece. I think it was like 10 minutes for the first time, 12 minutes for the second time, 15 minutes. and 15 for all subsequent visits, and then, started getting longer and longer from there. But it was just walk in to check in on him and be like, hey, we're here, we love you, make sure he didn't poop, because there were a couple times he did poop, and so he was actually fussing because he had pooped and wasn't happy about that. So I was like, all right, we get you. And then it was like, okay, let's get you back to sleep. But we weren't picking him up anymore. And we'd leave. And then it got to a point where he was, because he was very, very efficient at standing. He would just stand, for this entire time. He eventually started sitting down. And we saw that as progress. But the sitting down, that didn't really happen for a number of nights. Like, think it was like our 4th or 5th night. Like, he'd sit down and then he'd start falling asleep while sitting. Like, you could see him, he'd sitting up against the back of his crib, and you just see his head start bobbing. Just, I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm not happy to be awake. Oh, that was hard, but that was such good progress that it just like reinvigorated us. And like, he's only ever, prior to that, fallen asleep in his crib. Like, he's only ever done that outside of his crib twice. And he did that one time, like, when he was like 4 months old or whatever, or like 3 or 4 months old. And he was doing tummy time and just passed out. I think he was just super tired. And then one time at dinner, he was sitting in his high chair and just passed out. And we're like, well, that kind of came out of nowhere. And so we put him to bed. He then woke up screaming an hour later, but that's fine. But yeah, so he was just kind of, hey, and we're like, cool, that's good. But that kept waking him up. And so then, like, that was an hour and a half worth of a journey there, trying to watch him get himself to sleep. And then, like, he would literally fall asleep. He would be facing the crib. So, like, crib's right here. He's like face into the crib, reaching up, holding on to the rails of the crib, and would just be falling asleep. And it was absolutely hilarious and sad at the same time. Like, the first night he just like outright fell asleep in his crib and then was done. He was slumped back against like one of the corners, so he was propped up. And we're like, well, I guess that's one thing. And then, eventually we saw him laying down because he just didn't know how to lay down. That was like the hardest part, was he didn't have the skill of laying down, and you never realize that that's a skill to build. And so he eventually just fell asleep. And then the next night, like, he fell asleep in one of the corners, holding on to the crib. And like, we were watching him, and he was just over here in the corner, holding on. And then like, we hear this thud. And what happened was he just like fell back eventually. And he like thankfully hit his head on the mattress. But like, it was still sad. And like, his arms flew back and he just was passed out. He was so tired. But he was asleep. And then, like, I think like the 5th night or something like that, he eventually fell asleep. Like, he like figured out how to like lay down. And it was just amazing at that point. We were like, what the heck? But that took almost a full week of us trying stuff to make it happen. Okay, why does this look like there's moonlight in here? Did I miss a hole? I missed a hole somewhere. I know I did. But whatever. But yeah, so then he finally fell asleep. But he would constantly be crying through that whole thing. And I know that little apostrophes got quite the cry. And I don't envy you guys having to listen to that one. Because, Sam cried. Like, it was to be expected. But his cry was something easy. And we went downstairs. Like, we were downstairs. We had the monitor on. But we didn't keep the volume on. Because you better believe we could hear him. We absolutely could hear him. So, just hang in there. Make it so you don't go in there as often. And once they start bedding down or laying down, let it be. Like that's a good point right there. That's where you need to be. So I really hope it goes well for you guys, but feel free to continue picking our brains on how it happened, because I mean, in all reality, it was all Sam, not us. But yeah, feel free to pick our brains on that, because that was a very difficult adventure for sure. Yeah, just hang in there. Keep the volume on the monitor low when she's doing it. You know, let her do her thing. She's gonna cry. She's gonna protest. She wants what she wants. But eventually she'll learn, this is where I am. This is where I go to sleep. Sam still technically cries. Like when it's bedtime, like, you know, they don't want to go to bed. They're like, no, I want to hang out and stay up with you. And it's like, yeah, I want to hang out with you too. But I also want to have some peace and quiet. And so we'll shut the door and he'll be like, hey, like just not happy. He's just fighting it hard. But it's like, all right, good night. You know, and then I'll take the monitor down. But then like now, by the time we get downstairs, he's already like laying down. He's definitely not asleep, and he'll take like an hour. And occasionally we still got to go in there and see him. But the worst of it is behind us. And knowing that we can do that for his nap and for nighttime, like, has just freed up so much time, so much mental capacity. It's just amazing. So I'm excited for you guys for when that can finally happen. You can get a little bit of sanity back. You might be able to see each other and actually be like, oh, you exist again. Yeah. Hang in there, man. It's coming. It won't be easy in the slightest, and don't give in. I'll tell you this, I tried it for one of his nap times, and like I went full on cry it out, because I was like, he's so stubborn. He's just like, he needs full cry it out. There's no other way to make this work. And the mother-in-law came home and was like, oh, poor baby, you know. And of course, you know, the whole, we didn't have this when, you know, you kids were growing up kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, I know, but that's not where we are. Where we are right now is this is what we're dealing with. And after like 75 minutes, she's like, okay, go in there and get him. And I was like, I've been here for 75 minutes dealing with this. And you just walk in and you're like, go get him. It's like, you just ruined everything I just did for the last 75 minutes. I was not happy. And I went and got him, and I think I gave him a bottle, and he passed out very quickly after that. I don't recommend doing that quite yet for the naps, just because that is hard. Let him figure it out for the nighttime first. But yeah, so just be ready for it to be very difficult. You know, you guys both have to be able to remain strong and don't give up, because if you do that, it actually kind of like hits a reset button. And like, if I cry long enough, mom and dad will come to the rescue. And you do want to rescue them. You don't want to be, you know, loving. You don't want to just leave them there. It totally makes sense. But at the same time, like, they do need to learn it. Yeah, gotta be on the same team, and no, there is no manual, and I'm so sorry for that. Honestly, all we can do is share advice, and then hope our kids pick up on one of the pieces of advice that we've gotten. Sheesh, that's like the most detailed part of the entire level. Okay, I gotta do something else. Okay. Right. Now what do we want to do? Well, yes, apostrophe. I don't know if you've seen this. I know you were like watching one of the streams, but one of the things I'm going to make a player do is they're going to come around here and they're going to come up. This is actually going to mainly be like not 100% a part of the level. Like, this is not necessary to beating the level. But I'm going to make them walk up here and enjoy the view. I'm kind of mad that I chose right here because you get a tree right in your face. And I kind of want to make the player come up here because a little bit better, but make him come to the Crystal Valley. I can't remember. Did you play Xenoblade Chronicles? I can't remember if you did or not. Oh my gosh, no, you haven't. All the colorful things. What's that block? Yeah, you are old. So that is, this is all just glass. So I have a texture pack that allows like the glass to be connected rather than outlined, just because we wanted more of the connected textures rather than a like, we hated the outline on every single block. But yeah, so this is just a bunch of glass together. So these are all crystals and stuff. If you played Xenoblade Chronicles, you will, or once you do play it, because it is on the Switch, the definitive edition. I actually need to play that because I've been meaning to play through it again. But in the in the game, you come to Valak Mountain. And it's an icy cold mountain area with a bunch of white crystals on it. And then at night, the crystals turn yellow and then beams of light start shooting up through the crystal. Let me see if I can actually find a quick picture of it. Okay, images. Okay, so there's one, and then let's see. Okay, neither are very big. Okay, let's go to okay, so what you're looking at here, this is Valak Mountain. So basically white crystals, clear crystals, all that stuff everywhere. And then this is daytime. Nighttime, it glows. And it has like the most chill, fantastic soundtrack to it. The original one. I don't know what the definitive edition has for the soundtrack. I know it's a remastered one. I'm hoping it's the same because the feel of this place is just, it's magical. Like I love it. So that's the feel of what I'm making here. Again, this is a completely custom map. I copied and pasted this here. This isn't mine. The person who actually made it. I'm leaving these signs here. AbsoluteGrace.mc or Absolute Grace on Twitter. This is the person who made this. And so what I'm going to end up doing is in all of these crystals here in the ground, hidden back in these areas over here, I'm going to put a beacon, and I'm going to have them all hooked up to daylight sensors, or at least a daylight sensor somewhere. I'm going to put that around in the level. And what'll happen is you're going to be cruising through here in the daytime, and you're going to be like, oh, cool, crystals. And then nighttime's going to hit, and the beacons are going to start flying through these. And I mean, it's not really going to be as fantastic as Valak Mountain is, but it's still going to be pretty cool. Because this is already what it looks like at night. So it's going to be pretty fantastic. I'm very excited for the players to play this. But also at the same time, the player's not going to come across this in the normal playthrough of the level. This is actually going to be pretty difficult. Well, you're not going to find it while playing. But when you get your artifact, then it becomes available. And if I recall, I think what you're going to do is like you're going to end up like as the player going to come through here. I think I made this as like this is going to be where the player walks through after they've done everything, they've gotten all their relics. They're going to come over here and they're going to enter here, and the area to submit the relics is going to be here. And you're going to see this gigantic wall over here. There's going to, like, it's not really going to be definitive that there's something here. I think I'm going to put some decorations up and around. I don't think it's also going to be that tall, but I'm going to put decorations up and around this wall. And it's like you're not going to see any of this open area. Once you submit all of your artifacts and then you get your relic, that's going to trigger a redstone signal, and it's going to open this door. And so the player will then, like, they'll have the choice, okay, well, I'm out of here, bye, and they're going to leave. But what I wanted to do is make the player have to turn around and see this area. So this door is going to open, and it's going to open this area, which is going to be something you can kind of see. And then you're going to walk through after you sleep. You're going to walk through, and this is going to be kind of a hidden spot. And then you're going to walk through into the back, and that's going to take you up. So you can only get to the top once you have the artifact. Now, one of the things that I'm going to have to build into this is if somebody somehow either doesn't see it or is in a rush, like, oh my gosh, I have to log out here soon, and they don't want to leave the game open and therefore lock somebody out of this level, and they got to get and beat feet and get out of here. But they already got their artifact, and the door was triggered by the receipt of the artifact. What I'm going to do is make a spot over here that feeds off of that same line, and you throw in the artifact. It'll spit it back out and open this door for you. So I want to make sure that I don't disqualify somebody from being able to see it because they couldn't or didn't go to it once they received the artifact. Running that redstone shouldn't be too terrible, though. I was trying to have a door be open for specific reasons. It was really annoying trying to figure this stuff out with my test world. You want to make diagrams, like redstone diagrams? Or you want to actually make the redstone for this? Because we can always go play with some of that. Yeah. I can always jump into my other world and start linking some stuff up because I have to do it completely separate, and then bring it here. Just because I don't feel like doing it. But yes, we can definitely do that. It's actually not as difficult as it sounds, believe it or not. All right, so let's see. One of the things that I have to do here, I need to get in place, is this is also going to be kind of covered up. So I'm going to kind of run this up to about here. And then here. Yeah, so maybe we go play with some redstone in a minute. And then here. So what I'm doing here is I need to make some pillars to support. Gotta go furniture shopping. Oh, with Mrs. Apostrophe. Well, anyway, yes, Apostrophe, I appreciate you hanging out. Maybe we can play with some redstone later. But enjoy the furniture shopping. And I appreciate you, man. Okay, so for this, I gotta have the pillars here. I love how I said I wasn't gonna do any more. Appreciate you. Thanks for the happy cake day. So I'm gonna have the pillars here. I'm probably going to have a little bit of a cave on the inside here to kind of block in this area, since this one's going to be the fairy fountain area. This one's going to take me a lot of thinking to get done. Okay, so this is going to be the big biome. Okay, so I've got a big biome. I've got the fairy area here. This is going to be the barren spot, and then this is the lush. Okay, I've got one temple, two temples. It's crazy, I only have two temples I can see. Holy cow. Okay, so there's the third. Is that the fourth? Am I making that the fourth? It's fourth, fifth should be in this area. Oh my gosh, I've already forgotten where I was putting things. I didn't hide it back here. I took it out. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can remember where to actually put the sixth temple. Okay. Oh man, now it's coming down to some of the details. And the details are going to be hard to come up with on the fly. You're going to have a think. Actually, level 4 should be right in here. Yep, there it is. Okay. let's see. So we've got the mushroom blocks, some moss blocks, basalt, dirt, calcite. Man, after playing Vault Hunters, it's really weird to like have to click on everything rather than just holding shift and holding down the left click button. Ugh, I hate that. That duplicated all of these. I'm not here to duplicate materials I gathered in survival. Okay. Okay, so we got the brown mushroom blocks, we've got the mushroom stems, lots of basalt and dirt, and grass, the calcite, some wood and bone blocks, some more moss, snow, some more deep slate. More dirt, some tuff, some leaves, some slime, more deep slate, some cobwebs. Alright. I'm really surprised I don't have more mushroom stems. I thought I had plenty more, but I guess not. Wool. Yeah, some wool could be used for some of this because it's not meant to be perfect. You know what? Calcite would look pretty good. Some basalt has some use. Some tuff could be good to have. Just take some of the brown mushroom blocks and then some red sand. Okay. So let's play around a little bit. Whoop, way too far. Wanted to sleep. All right. So we have a little bit of a barren biome and then a jumbo biome. And what I mean by that is, oh my gosh, excuse me. What I mean by that is the lore behind this is a crystal fountain. These are some giant trees. And so these trees, as well as this crystal fountain, which is going to have an aura kind of coming out of it and kind of like hanging over the level, is sucking up all the nutrients here. These three trees are here on the same side as the fountain. So these three trees are going to be, they're going to be semi-dead. Like the fountain is leaching a lot of the nutrients from these trees. This tree over here, on the other hand, is on the other side of this little cliff, and it's going to be a little bit healthier. Hence the reason why the tree goes up higher and is kind of like reaching up and holding up some of that. So that is kind of what's going on here. So pretty much this segment here is going to be dead. And what I'm going to kind of do is kind of lay out like this random area here where kind of like the dead area extends to. And it's not going to be like the whole amount, but for the most part we're just going to kind of say, you know, dead tree or trees and fountain kind of reach over here, and anything inside of this area is going to be dead. And then once we get outside of it, we're then going to find, you know, these jumbo mushrooms and stuff. Yeah, that's a good mushroom, right? Yeah, beautiful. Perfect. Kind of what I thought. Glad everybody likes it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So these definitely are not the final designs for these. I've got a good set of ideas in mind for how these are going to look. And honestly, Tango Tech nailed it right on the head for exactly what I was wanting to do with these. Definitely more of a droopy style, because these aren't really going to all be like mushrooms, since this is kind of like a make it up area. Like the plants, like the flora, I believe it would be, is going to be custom. And like, I know mushrooms tend to be kind of like these round and flat things, but I'm going to go for like a totally different kind of feel here. One thing that would be really fun is if there's like this one mushroom or one plant or whatever that's here that died because it was inside of the area. Whoops. Should probably come down under it so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. And there we go, one butt ugly, very flat, undefined plant that's kind of dead. And what I want to do is, it's going to be like, you know, the jumbo biome. And so these things are going to be larger. These are definitely smaller than I want them to be. But I want to have something like that where it's a little bit more vibrant. And then if there's anything inside of the range, then I want it to look more dead. So this is kind of the idea that I'm going for with that. Let's see. I'm going to grab this. brown, we got the tough. I kind of like the idea of the red sand. And then I think we could probably use a little soul soil. Muddy mangrove roots would look pretty decent. Actually kind of surprised that this is like the only red sand that's like visible. A little orange terracotta wouldn't look terrible. Maybe some smooth red sand too. So one thing I gotta be kind of careful about is I did start building a lot of this right down at this level. And I want to put in stuff like this red sand, but I don't want to raise the floor too much. Excuse me. I want to raise the ground, but not too much. I know I can always raise the crystal fountain, but I don't want to do too terribly much. Okay, let's throw that up there. And I know I can dig in. I've got 3 blocks down. I've got 3 blocks down that I've got room to utilize for this. So let's see. Let's take out some of the more colorful stuff. Okay, I don't want to use that if I can help it. Probably take this out. There's the smooth red sandstone. Okay. Trying to keep this area lit, especially now that I've put a giant ceiling over it. It's a very difficult thing to do. All right. Trying to think. I could still utilize that path. I do think it would be really fun for the player to kind of come in here. Oh man, I've officially started laying blocks for over here. This is wild. Sometimes for me, it's like I get stuck in the ideas of the things that I want to do. I just don't know how to make them happen. And I kind of freeze. I don't want to do it just yet. And then once I finally throw down a few blocks, then it's like, oh, I feel like I can actually do this. And then it's like, oh, well, it's a lot easier to make something from a pre-existing something than it is to make something from nothing. If I've learned anything from Full Metal Alchemist, like, can't make something from nothing. So, gotta at least put something down. Well, whoops. Okay. Should probably go plug this hole. There we go. Man, it is nighttime again. I know I've got a bed around here somewhere. Okay. Sprinkle, yeah. I think that's a good combination of colors. It's definitely going to add more texture here, that's for sure. Okay. So a lot of this area is going to be covered in things just like this to make it look more dead. Okay. Definitely a standout block. That's not one I want to use a ton of. It is rather painful to be digging up some of the area. I mean, granted, I did this as a fill command, but still, rather painful to be digging some of this up. I can hear that stupid hi-hat in the song. I thought I killed all of that. I thought I took that out. Shoot. Makes me sad. Like, well, I know I'm sure it's fine, but like it just drives me nuts. annoyed that there's so much hi-hat in this song. I'm so sorry, guys. I made the song. I think I would have taken it out. Or at least I thought I did. Okay. Alrighty, so we're getting somewhere. And I do think it'll be fun to have a little spots for somebody to come in here. Just don't know what to put in there yet. Oh my gosh. I must be hungry. I've got a lot of burps going on. And generally, the more I burp, the more hungry I must be. Almost looks like I'm trying to make a maze in here or something. Welcome to one of the reasons why I have to do this in creative, because the number of blocks I'm using and the number of times I would have to like either go into my inventory or like go find a shulker box or a chest full of these things, it's just too darn high. Definitely gonna want to use some dead bushes and some sticks and stuff in here. I think that's gonna go really well. Tell you one thing's for sure, my middle finger's getting real tired. I don't use it all that much. And I am using it galore now. Seriously, I could totally make a maze just doing this. Who knows? Maybe I'll make the maze level like this. I've already been playing Legos with Sam, and then I'll literally just start making a maze by playing with the Legos. And I'm like, you know what, I'm going to take some pictures of some of these. And I have actually taken pictures and been like, yeah, I need to save these pictures and maybe see about something here. Sam and I have actually come up with a couple good designs to use for a maze level here in the future. Getting there. Just outright covering the area. It's taking a while. Okay. Bye sign. You've lived a long life. Thank you for your contributions. I think if one thing's for sure, it's going to be really fun to leave some of these pathways in here and have them lead to the walls and watch people be like, can I get through there? Did he mean to do that? Should I be trying to get in to the walls? Should I go somewhere in there? I'm definitely going to enjoy that. Because these pathways were here before the level started taking shape, because I just wanted to be like, yeah, let's put some paths down. And then it's like, okay, well, now that the level is fully coming to, some of these pathways will mean something, some of the pathways will not. And so I'm going to enjoy taking a path leading into a wall and having a button be there and have it do nothing. Goodness. This is really taking its toll on fingers. I'm having to like shift over to my index finger to right click on stuff rather than using it for left clicking, because there's no left clicking happening right now. All right. think I've got a sufficient amount of the area covered with the red sand. And now time to come in and start dropping in other blocks. Okay, definitely starting to come along a little more. Look at that. It's been a lot of back and forth with the hand. My hand didn't know what to do there. Okay. So trees are definitely looking out of place here, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably add in a little bit of texturing to the trees where we're removing some of this and probably throwing in some spruce or maybe some acacia. I'm thinking would actually look good there because the acacia's kind of got a little bit of a gray on it. I think that would kind of look good, that even the trees, though they are sapping nutrients from the ground, they don't get to escape from the fountain and the magic coming out of the fountain itself. So I think that would be a good idea. Okay, I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to go use the restroom, get some water, grab a snack, and I will be back here in just a few minutes, as I need to make sure that I take care of myself. So, I will be back here in just a little bit. Okay, I am back. Went to the restroom, took the dogs out, made myself a peanut butter and jelly, And going to attempt to eat that at some point here. Okay, so I am going to eat my peanut butter and jelly here in the background. I'm just going to go ahead and mute my microphone and eat my sandwich because nobody needs to hear me going to town. So I'm going to mute for a little bit and just keep on working. All right. I am back. It's kind of nice to throw some food in my face. It's definitely really beginning to feel the shakes from not having eaten. Definitely needed to make sure to take care of myself today. Oftentimes when I am home by myself, I don't take the best care of myself. And oftentimes food and water. Those are the areas in which I lack the most. So, gotta make sure that I eat and drink some water. Okay, so I'm liking how this is coming together. Now that I'm getting kind of an idea for how the ground is looking, it'll help me more with how to make the trees look, how to bring some paths in and out of here. And overall, I'm beginning to like this. Like, the feel of this area is definitely bland and in a good way. Let's see, there you are. Okay, just a little green patch. It's amazing at how much work you can put into something like this. And then you kind of like look up and you're like, wow, there's so much still to do. Definitely going to have to go in and add some more small ravines and little mounds, that's for sure. Oops, wrong one. Okay. Very nearly done with this little segment. Wondering if an outline of some tuff would look all right. Oops. Yeah, I think that's all right. Definitely got to do some different leveling of the area, but I think that'll look okay. Just kind of want to give it like a hard stop. I think that'll sufficiently do that. Okay, let's come down here and grab some more moss. Okay. So you can definitely see how, excuse me, mushroom. This area is now more of a barren spot. And I think that'll be really good to have it lead from there into more of a jumbo area, which is also contending for some resources. Yeah. I like it. I think that's good. Yep, I missed a spot over here. Cool. So I'll definitely texture this a bit more as the week goes on. And then this area here is going to be the lush area. That's going to be rather interesting to piece together. But I definitely feel like this is going to have to change a little bit. I'm going to need to add in some roots, because these really aren't meant to be just like super flat trees. So I'll have to add some roots in. Oh, goodness. Okay. Excuse me. All right, I think I'm going to log out of this realm, and I think I'm going to go to my creative test world and play around with some redstone over there just to kind of see what I can make do for the door. So let's hop on over there. Okay. Goodness me, it's 2 o'clock. Alrighty. So let's go play with redstone. It shouldn't be too difficult to engineer this. Although this was definitely my attempt at engineering over here, and it's not good. It's no good. It's very much not good. Alright, so let's see. Oh goodness, I'm in spectator. All right. Let's get that out of here. Okay, so that one is the artifact. This one was the key. Whoops. Okay, so that's supposed to be the key. Which, thrown in there, it's going to go through the hopper line, go across on the right, it's going to go into the barrel, boom, opens the door, and that has no bearing on the upper area. Okay. See. So I want the ejection. I want the ejection of the key in the door. And yeah. Sorry, my brain is struggling at the moment. Okay, so the ejection of the artifact is going to open this door. Okay. And then the submission of the artifact will also open this door. And then the removal of that key should automatically make sure that this is shut. Oh, really? Okay, I've got to get some stuff out of here. Can keep that. Alright, so let's see. Let's plop right down here. Okay. So this is going to be the door. Probably shouldn't make this too overly complicated yet. Let's see, so just need... Oops. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Actually, so that does clip it. But if I do that there, no. Okay, this is me learning and figuring out redstone all at once, because I know if this was glass, it would power this top one, but not that one. Which drives me insane. I know I don't need that one. I mean, I know I could... Yeah, that's ugly as all get out. I don't like that, but whatever. Okay. Okay. And then... Okay. I think I would rather do it like that. Okay. All right, so this is the door to the upper area. Okay, so this isn't going to be the door into the level. This is, I've got my artifact, and now, like, let's go ahead and leave. So we're going to come around, we're going to see the door as we're attempting to walk out. I know a T flip-flop is going to be needed in here, and I am not about it because I do not understand those as well as I wish I did. Okay. Let's grab me a dispenser. Oops. Actually, I feel like a button would be in here. Yeah. Okay. Button. Now, the dispenser is there as how the artifact is sent to the player. Okay. That much I know. So that's going to be our token artifact. Okay. Yep. So we know we've got it to work. That's a double pulse. And that's because it went from being powered to unpowered, so that's 2 pulses. Okay. I don't necessarily want it to do that. Push 1, unpower, push 2. Okay, because what I want to do oh man, trying not to over-engineer this too terribly much. Yeah. So observers will always detect an on and an off. Which makes that such a pain. Let's see. I could do an and or an or gate. Okay, so we've got the NAND and XOR, XNOR. On one different, often similar. Yeah, basic, not. Okay, so here's the OR. On when either's on, off when both are off. I just want it 1 pulse. Will be the door. I could do no observer. These things just drive me nuts some days. Okay, so now we could just read something based upon redstone. Just a single redstone. Powering. Okay, so that sends 2 signals, not dependent. Okay, but then what we need here is I need this to then stay on. Okay, so now if this were to receive power, actually let's chop out that part of the floor. Okay, so 1 push of that needs to be lined up first. Okay, so pulsing that then opens the doors. Obviously the issue is that then the door will close. Okay, so 1 pulse will open it, 1 pulse will close it. So what I'm going to need to do is the T flip-flop in order to hold the power on. Which means I need to remember how to make one of these. I need a hopper. Okay. Let's see, we can throw redstone into it. So that should now be back here. Pushing that button is going to do absolutely nothing. Oops. So that did not work. So that was a dispenser. Okay, so now that's up in there. Okay, so press the button. Boop. Okay. So now every time this is powered, it spits up, and then it takes an extra pulse because this is also getting powered, pushes, drops, pushes. I believe that's how that goes. And then the signal is on. I still don't think I've done this right. Okay, so now it's off. Back on again. Gosh darn it. See. Okay, so I remember this. I may actually have this backwards. Okay. So let's destroy the whole thing. Let's see. So hopper's gonna go that way. They both have this. Gosh, this is tricky. So if we do it that way, yeah, there it is. Okay, so this is going up. This is gonna go up. This one's gonna go out. And then we're gonna do this there, and I should be able to put a button here, and we're gonna throw that in there. There it is. Push it one more time. Now it's off and should just be here. Okay. That works. That's exactly what I'm trying to do here. So, item sits in here, press this, spits it up, pushes it over here, which gets funneled into here. Now it's reading that, push that, powers this, causes it to dispense over here, but does not push it back up. T-flip-flop, everybody. Thank you, Google. Gosh, that was driving me nuts, but I was doing it wrong. I was doing it backwards. So that is basically going to be how we control this door. Okay, so we're going to have the dropper up, dropper out, dropper back. Okay. This is going to be real sloppy. I think it's going to be so bad. Maybe I didn't do this in the best method possible. That's fine. Okay, and okay, repeater. Ooh, that's no bueno. Okay, I need to get the signal. This is so overdone, but that's fine. Actually, I have to leave that there. The point of this is to more get it in place and worry about efficiency later. And then all I have to do is throw that item in there and then push the button, get the item. I didn't hook up the redstone line. I didn't hook up the redstone line. That's supposed to actually activate this thing. Oh, goodness me. Okay. So maybe instead what I should be doing for this Okay, I know I need a repeater going in here. All right. So that is good. This can still stay. I just need to hook this up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, well, it's going to be a little off, but that's fine. Still need to hook this up. Goodness. Okay. Guess you still didn't do that. Right. Okay. There it is. So, we have officially pulsed to get the artifact, and now this door is open. Okay, so now what we need to do is we then need to, oh my gosh. Okay, so now what we need to do is players got their artifact, they come around, wow, that's awesome. They go up, they see, they conquer, they come back down. They're out, they leave the level. When they leave the level, that should send a pulse up here to then turn this game off. And all that has to do is come into this block here. Actually, no, that's not going to work like that. It can work there. Okay. So, down here. Door's gonna close, which is now sending a signal, but that should be shutting it. There we go. Take a quick test on this. Give me my artifact. My artifact's on the ground. Door is open. Shut the door. Perfect. Now, and one thing that I'll have to make sure of is if this door is already closed, that, like, if this door here is closed and somebody leaves the level, this door remains closed and doesn't open because of this line sending that signal through. So what I can do is, this is closed. Actually, let's do this. So that's going to send off redstone signal at all times. And what I can do is place a block here. Yep, and that cuts the signal. So the door is closed. We shut the door to the level. Pulse comes through. Cannot complete the circuit because it's been cut. But now somebody goes into here. And this button here going this way, this is the artifact releasing, and then this is going to be if somebody were to throw the artifact into another spot, and that'll pulse the door. So basically if they came and went and then came back, I'll have to like make sure I double triple check that. But now somebody is going to leave the level, completes the circuit, and yeah, that didn't work. There we go. That's a little better. So now somebody's left the level. Let's try that one more time. Okay, we're gonna press the button, or actually in all reality, this one right here can be somebody using the artifact submission. Okay, put that away. Right. We came, we saw, we conquered, we're out of here, we're leaving the level. Close the door. Gosh darn it. Okay. I think the issue here is that the signal's not staying live long enough to then cut the next signal. And the reason it works second time is the delay. I wonder. So that's just gonna fire that one, not the rest. Okay, so one thing I need to do is I need to make sure that I hold the power. Oh, okay, so it's gonna do it again. Yeah, this line dies too quickly. So I was hoping holding the power on for that was gonna work. The problem is it's this. Okay, well, it's kind of the general idea. We definitely got some redstone linguini going on here, but basically I like there's multiple things. Like I'm looking at 3 to 4 different things all going into this door. So if a player comes in and they get their artifact, what I need is for it to give them their artifact plus open the door. Or if they come in and they've already had their artifact, they left the level, came back, they come in, they throw in their artifact into a filter that then will pulse this one, just opening the door without releasing another artifact. And then regardless of whether they utilized getting the artifact for the first time or using the artifact itself as a key, that door needs to shut behind them. This door needs to remain closed if the level is closed and should not be open while the level is closed, and should only open upon one of these 2 factors back here. So I will play with that a little bit, try to figure that out, because I don't think I'm doing this quite right, but that's okay. All right, guys, that is going to do it for me today. I appreciate you coming in and hanging out for all 4 hours and 7 minutes of it. Hopefully the 29-minute loop of my music didn't get too old. I'll try to create some more tracks between now and the next time that I get a chance to stream, which should be next Thursday. But yeah, thanks so much for coming in. Glad we got some good progress on level 4 done. And getting a little bit of redstone testing. So thanks for joining me on my cake day. And I will catch you guys again next time. Have a good one, everyone.